Are the meeting platform hosts ready to begin?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, are you ready to begin the hearing? All right, please provide a 5-second countdown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good morning. I call this hearing to order. I request unanimous consent that the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Today, our subcommittee is meeting both in person and remotely. For those members participating remotely, if you're experiencing connectivity issues, please make sure you or your staff contact our designated technical support staff so those issues can be resolved immediately. Members participating remotely must continue to remain visible on camera for the duration of their participation in the hearing unless they experience connectivity issues or other technical problems that render the member unable to fully participate on camera. It is committee policy that members participating remotely will remain muted when not recognized, and for those in the hearing room, the policy remains the same, that only members who are recognized or seeking recognition should unmute their microphone. This is out of courtesy to all members on the committee, and so that background noise does not interfere with another member who is recognized to speak. When you are recognized, whether in the hearing room or on the remote platform, you will need to unmute your microphone and pause for 2 to 3 seconds before speaking so that your words are captured on the live stream. Without objection, members will be recognized in order of committee seniority for questioning witnesses today. This will make it easier for me to ensure all members participating have an opportunity to be recognized. Before we begin, I want to make some brief comments about how proud I am of this subcommittee's accomplishments for the 117th Congress. We advanced dozens of pieces of legislation to improve economic opportunity for our nation's veterans. That includes my bill, the Guard and Reserve GI Bill Parity Act of 2021, which will make every day in uniform count towards benefits eligibility for our Guard and Reservists. We made historic investments and changes to VA's educational assistance programs and performed oversight on a wide range of topics in our jurisdiction, including homelessness and the VA Home Loan Guarantee Program. My friend, the ranking member, and I had the opportunity to visit each other's districts and learn about how food insecurity and the transition to civilian life affect veterans in San Diego and in southern Alabama. Our staff visited VA facilities across the country in places like Muskogee and Buffalo to hear directly from frontline employees on what support they need to better perform their duties. We also monitored the implementation of landmark legislation, like my bill, the Johnny Isakson and David Rowe Veterans Healthcare and Benefits Improvement Act of 2020. Perhaps what I'm most pleased about is that we accomplished all of this in a bipartisan fashion, working together across the aisle in pursuit of our shared goal to ensure world-class delivery of benefits to our nation's finest. I know that spirit of bipartisanship will continue in the next Congress. Even in the face of COVID-19 and the uncertainty and strain brought along by the pandemic, we got it done. So I thank my friend, Ranking Member Moore, for the camaraderie and the friendship we've built this Congress, and I look forward to working with you for years to come. We're young enough where we might be able to do this for a while, Barry. With that, I want to welcome everybody to today's Economic Opportunity Subcommittee hearing, where we're discussing the future of VA's Grant and Per Diem, or GPD, program. I wanted to bookend our work in the 117th Congress with a hearing on veteran homelessness, but for a number of reasons, particularly the urgency of the matter. One veteran experiencing homelessness is one too many. Ending veteran homelessness remains a critical priority for this committee, and we work closely with the Biden administration to achieve that goal. Incredible strides have been made to end veteran homelessness in the last decade. Since 2010, efforts by federal and local agencies and community partners have cut the number of homeless veterans in half. 3 states and 82 communities have effectively ended veteran homelessness. I'm heartened by the recent announcement that the prevalence of veteran homelessness declined 11% between 2020 and 2022. But we know that now is not the time to take our foot off the accelerator. We must maintain the urgency and focus on ending veteran homelessness to make this goal a reality. And we must continue providing VA the resources and the flexibilities it needs to support every veteran on their journey to permanent housing. The GPD program plays a vital role in the continuum of resources that promote housing stability. There are 305 transitional housing beds for veterans in San Diego alone. The goal of the GPD program is to move veterans into permanent housing as quickly as clinically appropriate. The GPD program does this through 2 key mechanisms: funding capital grants to organizations to build or remodel transitional housing facilities, and reimbursing providers for the daily cost of care for veterans and their housing through per diem payments. The GPD program also offers 3 specialized grants for providers. Case management grants are awarded to organizations to help veterans obtain or retain permanent housing. Special needs grants are awarded to target housing and services to specific populations of veterans, such as women, elderly veterans, veterans with minor dependents, and veterans with chronic mental illness. Finally, transition and place grants offer veterans housing in which supportive services transition out of the residence over time, rather than the resident, allowing their unit to become their permanent housing. There are a number of transitional housing models VA supports through GPD, including bridge housing, clinical treatment, service-intensive, low demand, and hospital to housing. I'm interested to learn more today from our witnesses as to how GPD incorporates housing-first principles like harm reduction into their program models to ensure every eligible veteran who needs transitional housing can access it. Throughout the pandemic, Congress made historic investments to ensure the health and safety of veterans in transitional housing. The CARES Act allowed VA to increase per diem rates during the public health emergency and provided an additional $95.7 million to support those elevated rates. In January 2021, my legislation, the Johnny Isakson and David Rowe Veterans Health Care and Benefits Improvement Act, was signed into law. It included significant policy changes to increase flexibility for VA to deliver care and resources to homeless veterans. It authorized supplemental per diem payments for GPD grantees serving veterans with minor dependents in their care. Isakson Rowe also established a new cap on per diem reimbursements. The current maximum per diem rate for GPD during the public health emergency is $152.73 per day. The pre-pandemic average per diem rate for transitional housing was a mere $48.08. I want to repeat that. Before the pandemic, providers were reimbursed a maximum of $48.08 a day to provide housing and services to a veteran. That amount is intended to cover everything from 3 nutritious meals a day, physical shelter, staffing, and any case management services. Prior to the pandemic, we routinely heard from providers and advocates that the per diem rate was not adequate to cover the actual cost of housing and services for veterans in transitional housing, whether in urban or in rural settings. On top of that, providers are only reimbursed for occupied beds, but are required to maintain staffing even if beds are unfilled in the event veterans do present for care. Providers must secure funding from other sources to fill this gap so they can maintain their staff, which can be difficult. Raising the per diem rate would help narrow the funding gap so that GPD providers can focus on expanding care and services for veterans. In Isakson Rowe, we permanently raised the per diem rate to 115% of the state home domiciliary rate, which will be approximately $63 when the public health emergency ends. But as we've learned, this rate will still be inadequate. That's why I support my friend Chairman Tester's bill, the Building Solutions for Homeless Veterans Act, and Congresswoman Nikema Williams' companion legislation, H.R. 5606, which would permanently raise the per diem rate to 200% of the state home domiciliary rate. It's time we start reimbursing providers at a rate that more adequately covers the cost of caring for our nation's heroes. Additionally, VA used nearly $140 million from the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan Act to support GPD capital grants. These capital grants provided a critical lifeline for facilities to decongregate their units to reduce and slow the spread of COVID-19. It's important to note that nationally, GPD bed utilization dropped in fiscal years 2020, 2021, and 2022 due to pandemic conditions that necessitated the use of hotels and motels to safely house veterans. As we emerge from the pandemic, we've heard from many providers that veterans prefer these individualized units as they support the veterans' independence on their journey to permanent housing. So today we'll discuss how the COVID-19 pandemic altered service and care delivery for homeless veterans participating in transitional housing and where we go from here. We'll hear from VA about the trends they saw throughout the pandemic and how they envision GPD operating when the public health emergency ends. Local and national homeless service organizations will also share their expertise and discuss how the needs of veterans and GPD providers are changing. This discussion is critical as we adjust to our new normal and determine how GPD should evolve in the coming years and how we can design transitional housing to best serve the needs of homeless veterans. We have a lot to cover today, so I'll conclude my comments there and recognize my friend, Ranking Member Moore, for any opening comments he may wish to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to be here with you today to address the very important topic of homelessness among our nation's veterans. While VA, HUD, and other agencies and hundreds of government and nonprofit partners have made great strides in reducing homelessness among veterans, we are now staring down a new challenge. There is no doubt that the pandemic impacted the lives of all Americans, and now the sluggishness of the Biden economy will also impact the homelessness among veterans for months, if not years, to come. Congress stepped up by providing $1.4 billion in extra funding for VA homelessness programs as part of the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan, including a significant increase for the grant and per diem program. While I will always prioritize improving services for veterans, I think it's fair to begin asking questions about how much money for these programs is necessary and if the funds are being used effectively. According to the latest point-in-time count from HUD, there were 33,136 homeless veterans on the night of January 2022. I question if this number is true in reflection of the homelessness epidemic, as this is now an 11% drop since the previous count in 2020. I find it hard to believe that following the economic impacts of COVID, record high Biden inflation, that this is an accurate number. Yet the administration has requested over $2.6 billion for homeless veterans in FY 2023 budget. If we use this number of veterans from the most recent point in time count, we will be spending over $81,000 per year per veteran. As I mentioned at our homelessness hearing last year, to most Americans that is a lot of money, and that still doesn't include the cost of housing vouchers provided by HUD and other government agencies. To be clear, I'm not saying that this amount of money is too much or isn't justified. We all want veterans to have a safe place to sleep at night. But I believe it's Congress's duty to continue to ask questions about how this level of funding is or is not accomplishing our shared goal of ending veteran homelessness. I am also concerned that the VA has been double counting veterans as part of their goal to house 38,000 veterans by the end of calendar year. This number has been inflated by the VA by not removing veterans from the overall count when a veteran does not stay in permanent housing. While the work that is being done to provide housing is laudable, we must demand transparency on the actual numbers to ensure that they are not being used for political purposes. As for the grant and per diem program, I am looking forward to hearing from our witnesses today about how the program is working and how the per diem rate needs to be adjusted. I know that Leader McCarthy and the chairman pushed for the increase in the amount last Congress to 115% of the rate. This rate was later increased by Congress to 300% to provide social distancing and hoteling during the pandemic. However, the 300% rate is still in place despite the entire country rightfully lifting COVID restrictions. I look forward to hearing from the VA and other witnesses about what they believe the rate should be today. And I hope they take into account the needs of veterans, the providers, and the taxpayers. Thank you all for being here. I look forward to your comments and recommendations on this issue. And with that, sir, I'll yield back.
Thank my friend, the ranking member. For our first panel today, we'll hear from the Department of Veterans Affairs. I'd like to welcome Ms. Monica Diaz, Senior Executive Director of the Homeless Programs Office in the Veterans Health Administration. Ms. Diaz is accompanied by Chelsea Watson, National Director for the GPD program. Thank you both for being here. Ms. Diaz, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Levin, Ranking Member Moore, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for inviting me here today again. My name is Monica Diaz, and I'm honored to serve as Executive Director of the Veterans Health Administration Homeless Program Office. I'm joined today by Chelsea Watson, National Director of the VA Grant Per Diem Program. But first, I will start by sharing a story with all of you. On the morning of September 11, 2001, a young man turns on his television. He's horrified, heartbroken, and helpless. He hears America crying for help, and he bravely answers by joining the Army. Unfortunately, he later injures himself and is medically discharged. A doctor writes him a prescription to help him with the pain, and the young veteran quickly realizes that he is in a new battle with addiction. The veteran hears that his local VA offers substance use treatment programs, and he bravely asks for help. But nearing completing the inpatient program, the veteran fears that he has no place to go. He's headed toward homelessness. His VA team knows of a transitional housing organization nearby. This organization staff are experts, and they have helped veterans overcome addiction challenges for more than 20 years. Thanks to the VA Grant Per Diem program, also known as GPD, the veteran enrolls and thrives. He avoids homelessness for a second time with the help of a voucher through the Housing Urban Development VA Supported Housing Program. also known as HUD-VASH. He later earns an associate degree, a bachelor degree, and finally, a master's degree in social work. Because of the Isaacson-Rowe Act, he does not need to choose between focusing on his education and supporting his family rent and grocery bills. This story, it is true. It is remarkable, but it is not unique. At the Homeless Program Office, we hear stories every day that remind us just how easy it can be to slip into homelessness. The story I just shared illustrates how programs like GPD, VA services, and legislative flexibilities this committee and Congress provided work in tandem to address the diverse needs of veterans. GPD plays a vital role in the continuum of homeless services. GPD provides timely access to transitional housing and supportive services to veterans who will otherwise go unsheltered. At the core of GPD successes are three foundational strategies. First, GPD recognizes that one size does not fit all. Just as there's no one path that leads to homelessness, there is no one path that exits homelessness. GPD programs provide services and treatment modalities that accommodate the complex needs, histories, and housing readiness of every veteran. Next, GPD trusts that veterans are experts. Veterans know which programs can help them meet their goals and which approaches align with their needs. Finally, GPD leverages on the power of the community. GPD grantees have well-established partnerships within the community, from understanding the local housing network to knowing which businesses prioritize hiring veterans. Prior to the pandemic, many GPD grantees expressed concerns over the high cost of care while working within the modest limits of the per diem rate. Grantees frequently share the challenges they experience working to secure other sources of funding to support program operations. Recently, several value grantees elected to discontinue their option year agreements and stop providing services under the GPD program because of the limited funding when the per diem rate waivers ends. Through the passage of the CARES Act, GPD grantees could request elevated per diem rates to support the higher cost of care associated with providing services during the pandemic. However, this rate is temporary, which causes grantees to refrain from long-term investments because the per diem rate could remove and be temporary at that time. We appreciate Congress' interest in understanding if GPD grantees have the resources they need to effectively meet the current and future needs of veterans in their community. We can never sufficiently thank our veterans for the sacrifices they have made for us, but we can try. We can commit in finding and using the tools that build a future in which no veteran is without a place to call home. This is the future our veterans deserve and the future you all are helping to create. Thank you for your time and for your support to our veterans, which helps us better serve all who volunteer to serve our nation. I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to begin the question portion of the hearing. Ms. Diaz, I'd like to discuss the temporary flexibilities provided to GPD under the Isaacson-Rowe Act, and you alluded to this in your statement, including the elevated per diem rate waiver and the temporary exclusion of the capital grant matching funds requirement. Have you seen GPD providers develop any innovative best practices with these increased flexibilities during the pandemic that you'd like to scale across the program?
Thank you for the question. I would like to start with the flexibility of the real property disposition that was applicable before the public health emergency. I think the innovative practice there and that we continue to do is transforming our GPD program into a more individualized unit settings, right? And what happened before the flexibility was that it really disincentivized grantees to applying to capital grants awards. And based on the flexibilities that we receive, now they feel encouraged to transform the GPD spaces into individualized units for veterans, which creates a more safer environment. And not only that, but allows to engage a more diverse population. And that's what we want, right? That includes females, those with dependents, veterans with families, transgender veterans. So that is one of the practices that I will actually highlight. The other one, when it comes to the flexibility of the maximum per diem rate, which actually allows 3 times the rate of the stay-home domiciliary rate that we have. It allowed grantees to really address the high cost of care. We hear across the country that grantees really struggle to meet the specific needs that the veterans need based on the complexity of their diagnosis. And that might include, the intense case management that they need to address substance use disorder, to address other particular diagnoses. It includes as well making sure that they have the food, the supplies, everything what it entails to provide the best quality of service as well. But let me pause here for a moment and actually as well turn it over to my colleague Chelsea Watson to see if she has more details to add.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Thank you for the question. So I think we have seen a number of innovations among our grantees as they have tried to employ different strategies to decongregate their spaces. And it's not only just decongregating their spaces, but examining ways to outreach to more diverse populations of veterans in their communities. So grantees have used these elevated per diem rates to hire staff, re-examine their service configuration and service delivery for veterans. There have been lots of innovations with regard to telemedicine and facilitating virtual engagement. So not just virtual engagement between the GPD grantee and the veterans, although that is certainly happening, also virtual engagements with medical centers to facilitate access to virtual medical care or mental health care. Within GPD programs, we still always feel that face-to-face engagement is best, and it actually creates the strongest outcomes. But with the evolution of additional resources in relationship to telemedicine, this provides enhanced opportunities to do additional engagement. So the virtual engagement is not a replacement, but actually an enhancement.
I have a few more questions and want to be respectful of the ranking member's time and my time, and votes have been called as well. So I'd ask, keep your answers a little bit briefer. But how did the flexibilities, the increased flexibilities during the pandemic influence the average lengths of stay in GPD facilities and access to permanent housing?
Thank you for the question. The average length of stay right now is approximately 6 months in GPD. The access for housing are impacted by the flexibilities in the sense that we have the services available immediately to engage with the veteran and reaffirm that we can have then access our services within 72 hours. It also permits to be able to address the complex needs that the population of veterans have, right? So we have the ability then to amplify the services, not only for a particular group, but just to enhance that as well with the resources provided to make sure that they can engage immediately, have access to services, and actually engage in the journey of recovery.
And just to be frank, do you think the 115% per diem rate we're going to revert to will be adequate to reimburse grantees for the cost of providing services to veterans sheltered in GPD facilities?
I think we can acknowledge, right now VA has not a formal view in that specific rate, but we can acknowledge that grantees are telling us across the country that with the current rate, there are still barriers and limitations for them to meet the high cost of care.
And I was concerned to read in your testimony that some providers are electing to discontinue their participation in GPD due to concerns about the reduced per diem rate that'll be in place when the public health emergency ends. How does VA anticipate these flexibilities expiring, affecting the provision of care and services in GPD facilities? And how is VA planning to fill gaps in services for homeless veterans in communities where GPD providers pull out of the program?
Thank you for the question. Certainly, one of the impacts is that for the GPD grantees that right now are utilizing the flexibilities, and which is approximately 59% of those grantees are utilizing a higher rate than the rate that we had before without the flexibilities, right? And they will need to either scale down on services or tap into new sources of funding to meet that need and to meet that gap. We plan to continue to collaborate with our partners. That is a constant engagement, and to make sure that in any way possible, with technical assistance and support, we provide all the services that that veteran might need.
Thank you. I appreciate your work on behalf of our veterans. I'll end my questions there, and I'll recognize the ranking member for his, after which we'll break for votes.
Ms. Diaz, on November 3rd, I sent a letter to Secretary McDonough concerning the VA double counting homeless veterans towards their goal to housing 38,000 homeless veterans this year, many of which are housed in the grant and per diem housing. Can you provide an update on when I might get a response to my letter?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. We will provide your letter very soon after this. The response has been drafted and is in a process to get to you at that moment. I'm happy to answer as well any questions pertaining to this topic here in the hearing.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that. I was just kind of running out of time this year, and I wanted to try to get an answer. And 30 days is a fairly long time, but around here, things I've found have moved a little slower than that often, so thank you. Can you please tell the public how many homeless veterans as of today have lost permanent housing but you think are still counted towards the VA's goals?
Right now for the VA's goal, which is 38,000 placement to permanent housing in this calendar year, 1,522 veterans have returned to homelessness. From those, 575 veterans have been immediately rehoused. 776 veterans are in the path to get in permanent housing, and 201 were proceeding with outreach and engagement for them. Even actually taking the numbers from the goal in itself, we still meet and are on track for the goal. Part of the reason why those numbers, just to provide context, are in the goal is because we don't want to discourage our partners, our communities, and our staff to continue to house veterans that are more complex and perhaps need more assistance to be housed. And so that is part of, practicing the principle that homelessness is a journey to recovery. And we are in part of that journey with the veteran.
I understand our staff, they had a conversation with the VA about this issue, and they stated that they only found out if a veteran who counted towards the 38,000 goal had lost housing because they maybe had reconnected with the VA to secure permanent housing again. Does the VA have any estimate on the number of veterans that have lost permanent housing and have not yet contacted the VA?
We have two mechanisms to track the data, right, when it comes to returns to homelessness. What VA can count, the first thing is through our community partners and our homes data system. It's when a veteran has engaged with us and then leaves our programs and returns back into our system, we can track then that return. We cannot track the return necessarily, and that is a blind spot that we have, if the veteran engage with us and leave it into homelessness and do not ask anymore for help from the homeless program services in the VA. That's the time that we cannot track that. We do, based on the data that we have an average, if we look at yearly, of 9.4% of return to homeless program services for fiscal year 21. Fiscal year 20 was 9.2, and in fiscal year 19 was 11%. So depending on the time frame that you track that number as well, our percentage would vary.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And one last question, and then I'll yield back to the chairman. What difficulties do rural GPD facilities and veterans living in them experience that you think maybe are unique to them?
Yes, one of the challenges that we always see in the rural areas, not unique only to the GPD, but is the accessibility to care, right? And making sure that there is a mechanism to connect them immediately to the services that they deserve. And because of that, we actually have utilized flexibility like 4201 to amplify transportation nationwide, to make that accessibility more available to them. That includes a national contract called Rideshare, and we have provided over 300,000 rides to veterans, facilitating more accessibility in some of these localities. But let me pause here and turn it over to my colleague Chelsea to see if she has additional information on that.
Thank you for your question. So within the GPD program, we absolutely have projects in rural areas. One of the housing models that we have that's been more successful in our rural areas is our transition in place model, because it allows the ability to develop scattered site housing for veterans while they're in grant and per diem facilities. So there is, you don't have to necessarily always have within a GPD program a large centralized building with all of the veterans in one place, which for our more rural settings, having the ability to secure apartment units scattered within a community is one of the options available that seems to work successfully.
Thank you. Appreciate the answers. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm about out of time.
Thank the ranking member, and want to again thank our witnesses for being here today. We have to go to the floor to vote and also to attend the Congressional Gold Medal ceremony for the brave Capitol Police officers who protected us on January 6th. We'll resume this hearing in this room at 1:30 p.m. Without objection, this hearing is in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Are the meeting platform hosts ready to begin?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, are you ready to resume the hearing? Yes. Please provide a 5-second countdown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I call this hearing back to order. I request unanimous consent that the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. Hearing no objections, so ordered. We're going to continue with the questioning of the first panel. Members participating remotely, please turn your camera on if you wish to be recognized. And we're waiting for Mr. Pappas from New Hampshire.
Oh, he's not joining.
He's not joining, so we're going to the second panel? All right, never mind. So that concludes our first panel. I encourage and hope our VA witnesses will stay to listen to our next panel to hear their insights and recommendations for improvements to the GPD program. We'll now begin our second and final panel, consisting of representatives from homeless advocacy groups and GPD providers. First, we have Catherine Monet, Chief Executive Officer for the National Coalition for Homeless Veterans. Next, we have Steve Berg, Vice President of Programs and Policy for the National Alliance to End Homelessness. Then we have Caitlin Yancey, Associate Director of Government Affairs for the Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America. Next, we have Hanan Scrapper, San Diego Regional Director for People Assisting the Homeless, or PATH. I'd like to give Ms. Scrapper a special welcome. Thank you for coming out from the West Coast to be with us today. And finally, we have Kenneth Hodder, National Commander for the Salvation Army. With that, I'll now recognize Ms. Monet for 5 minutes, and we'll get you set up. Sorry, we jumped the gun. Don't worry, you get your full 5 minutes, I promise. You ready, Ms. Monet? All right, thank you. And with that, I will recognize you for 5 minutes.
Okay. Chairman Levin, Ranking Member Moore, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to join you today. NCHV thanks Congress for supporting VA's homeless veterans and homeless programs by creating flexibility, offering new spending authorities to meet emergent needs, and ramping up the capacity of VA programs during COVID. The GPD program, as we all know, has a long history of adapting to a shifting landscape, including by instituting reapplication requirements, creating program models, paying per diem for dependents, and pushing grantees to focus on housing outcomes and shorten lengths of stay. Since the public health emergency started, the program office has also awarded 2 rounds of capital grants for providers to decongregate transitional housing facilities. These grants should be continued. The program has provided access to continue critical health care such as substance use disorder treatment and mental health treatment in communities. However, the daily per diem rate must be addressed. At the sunset of the Public Health Emergency Declaration, the maximum reimbursement rate GPD providers can receive will drop by about 60%. And this rate, intended to provide overnight housing, meals, and quality wraparound services and supports, is simply insufficient. NCHV recommends Congress pass H.R. 5606 or the Inclusive Senate Companion S2172 to directly address these issues. During the pandemic, we conducted focus groups on GPD among veterans recently having experienced homelessness. These groups included participants, alumni, and veterans who chose other interventions to address their housing instability. Veterans told us that GPD grantees offer valuable support and engagement as they move on from homelessness. 70% indicated they needed the services GPD provided and that they needed temporary housing to provide an environment where they were able to pause and refocus on accessing permanent housing. Of those veterans, 40% felt they needed to focus only on housing-specific issues, while 30% felt that they needed that additional time to focus on specific issues like sobriety and mental health or other co-occurring barriers to housing stability. 86% felt like they were matched to their model correctly and that they were effectively addressing their goals. And many also said that the case management provided was really critical to them finding employment and housing and connecting to the broader system of care. However, veterans did also indicate that certain groups, including LGBTQ+, senior and women veterans, along with veterans with families, pets, or disabilities, were underserved by the program in many communities. Many of them supported COVID-specific programming changes, including the shift to SRO-style units. And they also recommended that improvements in case management quality, broader intersystem connectivity, and that providers offer additional food options, more security within facilities, storage, and that they, create spaces where they can socialize or have privacy so they can do both when they'd like. Among veterans that didn't choose GPD, many either were unaware of the program or had legitimate reasons for making other choices. In preparation for this hearing, we also reached out to a handful of key providers within our network to learn more about their challenges and successes with this program. And they told us that on average, 70% of their veteran participants moved on to permanent housing. Of those, 46% moved on with a subsidy and 53% without. They indicated that about 10% of veterans re-enter homelessness within 1 to 2 years of program discharge, and that their program census changed dramatically pre, during, and post-emergency. Some of them actually have ramped back up to close to 100% and have wait lists currently. What they told us about the impending decrease in per diem reductions, or reimbursements, is that it could result in a reduction of staff and reductions in the following as well: programming for services, the quality of their staff, CDC recommended sanitation and cleaning, transportation, case management, non-congregate housing options, mental health services, the number of meals they serve, and contract security options. At the end of the day, allowing a world where we don't have enough affordable housing to go around is a policy choice, as much as it's creating a world where we have a shared commitment to ending veteran homelessness. However, it isn't enough to just say that we're committed if we're actively making policy choices that get in the way of providing services that veterans want and need. Collective inaction can be just as detrimental as bad policy. And because time, unfortunately, is money, fixing the issues regarding homelessness for veterans, while we can, is much more expensive than preventing it. The GPD program must remain part of the system of care for homeless veterans. And as we look toward the future, we do need to be proactive about ensuring that we've got solutions available to meet the varied needs of veterans. And that includes scaling up interventions that really are housing focused in communities, while also making sure that we have enough crisis response and treatment options for those who want them. It also looks at, broadening beyond just what we do here in the Veterans Affairs Committee and bolstering the social safety net to guard against all of the pressures that veterans face, whether it's rising inflation rates, a housing affordability crisis, or the wind down of pandemic assistance programs. At the end of the day, we need your help to ensure that GPD grantees are resourced in a way that they can provide high-quality services to veterans in high-quality facilities, because providers are reaching a breaking point and they're grappling with what comes next, including what flexibilities might allow them to maximize utilization of their space if they're continuing to operate with fewer beds. A couple of things that you can do are focusing on making GPD more accessible to underserved populations, permanently addressing instability that is bound to occur when rates decrease as soon as January 11, 2023, and working to ensure that the GPD office and HPO have the staffing support that they need to execute these programs well and adapt to the needs of the future. Thank you so much for your continued oversight over the program. I encourage you all to make the policy choices that will create a world where every veteran can have safe, stable, permanent housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Monet. I'll now recognize Mr. Berg for 5 minutes.
Is this working? Yes. So, Chairman Levin, Ranking Member Moore, Steve Berg from the National Alliance to End Homelessness. I want to spend this time here briefly addressing the question. In a system that rightly focuses on permanent housing, what's the importance of a program like GPD that provides housing to people temporarily? Let me start by noting what you all have noted, that we have made a lot of progress on homelessness among veterans. I've been working on this for a while now, and the reduction in the number of veterans who are homeless on any given night since we first started doing those national counts is a model for everything else, for homelessness among everybody else who's homeless. The reason we've made that progress, I think, can be whittled down into two different things. One is just the fact that we have more permanent housing available to people through VA programs that didn't exist when this first started, like the HUD-VASH program, like the Supportive Services for Veteran Families program. These programs that move people directly from homelessness into housing, into permanent housing, have been, and that have been funded at a scale that's necessary to really have an impact, are extremely important. The other important thing that's been done is we have built up a homelessness system, a system to end homelessness by moving people into housing. So we're not just funding individual programs that serve some people. We're trying to look at everything that a community does about veterans homelessness, how the different programs interact, in order to have a system that focuses on permanency as the goal and provides help for everyone, no matter what it is that they need. And people need different things, very different things. But there's something there for everybody. No one gets turned away. That's the systemic approach. So in that context, GPD has played and will play an important part, I think. The two major roles I think it plays. One is sort of short-term housing. People need a place, if they're living on the streets, they need a place to go like that night. This makes a lot of sense to people. And I think the one future role for GPD is to provide a lot more of this. Low barrier ways for people to get inside, get out of the elements, start participating in different programs, so coordination with the VA healthcare programs, with the employment programs, but with a very strong focus on getting people into permanent housing as quickly as possible. So that's one role. The other role is more what is probably more like traditionally what the role of transitional housing has been for people for some of the harder cases, if you will. I think the research is quite clear that a stop along the way to permanent housing can have a good effect. This is most important, I think, when you're talking about people with substance use disorders, mental health issues, serious problems that need a medical kind of intervention, but that have a very bad impact on people's ability to get a landlord to agree to rent to them. So we're looking forward to the GPD program continuing to provide those kind of services. I think what's necessary in terms of moving the programs forward, our written testimony provides some of the details about that, but I think the key aspects need to be low barrier. People are not screened out, people are screened in. And taking the harder cases, I mean, GPD has got to be, a program like that needs to not look for the easy cases, need to look for the hard cases, people who need more help than most. Needs to be housing focused so that everything about the program leads to quick housing and reliable housing. And finally, they need to give people choices. This is one thing we've learned from working on homelessness for a long time and getting some impact is the homeless people are the experts. They know what they need. If we listen to them, we'll get good results. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. I'll now recognize Ms. Yancey for 5 minutes.
Chairman Levin, Ranking Member Moore, and members of the subcommittee, on behalf of IEVA's more than 425,000 members, thank you for the opportunity to share our views, data, and experiences before you today. The VA did not accomplish its plans to end veteran homelessness by the end of 2015, but it has made some considerable progress. This is in large part due to private, local, and nonprofit partners who have teamed with VA to implement a solution. The number of homeless veterans has declined since 2010 and in fact has dropped nearly 50%. Despite the huge advances made in recent years, there are still tens of thousands of veterans who remain homeless on a single night. In IEVA's latest survey, 24% reported going without a home for over a year after they transitioned out of the military, and 81% reported couch surfing temporarily. Women veterans are more likely than their male peers to face economic and personal challenges. They have higher rates of unemployment, are more likely to be homeless, and are more likely to be single parents. It is critical that we focus on policy changes that are inclusive of women and minority individuals. The VA Grant and Per Diem program is an instrumental piece of the puzzle for tackling veteran homelessness. This two-pronged approach both funds grants to organizations that provide transitional housing and reimburses providers for the daily cost of care of veterans residing in transitional housing through per diem payments, an effort IAVA has long supported. This program was established with an understanding that veterans need support in the communities where they live, and that offering this support when veterans face an urgent housing crisis is critical. As the number of actively homeless veterans continues to decrease, we expect that program occupancy will decrease in certain communities, which will create opportunities to repurpose those resources to match the evolving needs of this population. To be clear, our nation must maintain or increase the level of funding targeted to permanently ending veteran homelessness. To prioritize effectively serving veterans, it's critical to regularly examine data on the number of veterans experiencing homelessness in a community, the number of veterans exiting GPD to permanent housing, and the collectively stated needs of veterans currently and formerly experiencing homelessness, and then align program funding accordingly. We can respond to this changing context by enabling GPD operators to repurpose excess resources to help even more veterans exit homelessness and achieve housing stability as quickly as possible. Allowing GPD operators to right-size the transitional housing program would enable them to meet a reduced demand for shelter while shifting resources towards supporting housing stability and new types of housing, like housing first focused permanent housing, and prevention efforts that can keep veterans out of homelessness response system altogether. To take full advantage of these opportunities, GPD operators will need the flexibility to switch between approved models as needed, with little bureaucracy, and the right size number of per diem beds in the program based on bed utilization over time. In January 2020, it was reported that over 14,000 HUD-VASH vouchers are unused each year, while over 35,000 veterans are going without a place to stay each night. VA stated that it was due to hiring problems and the rising cost of living in cities with some of the largest homeless veteran populations. It has been almost 3 years since, and the U.S. has seen record rates of inflation. While the recently reported 11% decrease in homeless veterans from early 2020 is to be celebrated, we have not received an update on the amount of HUD-VASH vouchers distributed. IAVA would like to see VA conduct a study to examine utilization rates, service delivery, and coordination, and the geographic disparities of veteran homelessness and housing programs, including the distribution of HUD-VASH vouchers. IAVA would also like to voice our strong support for the bipartisan Building Solutions for Veterans Experiencing Homeless Act of 2021, which is currently included with the Dole-Cleland package. This legislation would provide greater accommodations for homeless veterans by expanding public transportation for veterans to access care, providing stable housing, and delivering appropriate medical care for aging veterans while they await long-term placement. IAVA strongly urges this committee to ensure the passage of the Dole-Cleland package before the end of the 117th Congress. Finally, I would be remiss if I did not mention IAVA's Quick Reaction Force, or QRF. This is a comprehensive case management program that provides assistance to veterans and their families. Housing and homelessness-related referrals are among the services most requested through QRF. This resource is available for any veteran or family member that is currently homeless or at risk of homelessness or facing other challenges. QRF works closely with VA housing programs as well as local and national programs to ensure that every veteran has swift access to quality shelter and safe housing options. QRF does not only help veterans at risk of homelessness, but also those trying to access VA benefits, seek mental health care, are in need of emergency financial assistance, and so much more. If any veteran or veteran family member needs services, please reach out to QRF at 855-91-RAPID or go to quickreactionforce.org. Members of the subcommittee, thank you so much for the opportunity to share IAVA's views on these issues today. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Yancey. I now recognize Ms. Scrapper for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon to the assembled members of this distinguished committee. It is my great honor to be here on behalf of PATH, People Assisting the Homeless. PATH is one of the most impactful homeless service providers in California, serving over 16% of the Golden State's homeless population. My name is Hanan Scrapper, and I have the honor of serving as the Regional Director for PATH San Diego. I supervise many programs targeting veterans experiencing homelessness, including GPD, HUD-VASH, supportive services for veteran families, and Homeless Veterans Reintegration Program, or HVRP. And I've been working with unhoused veterans for the majority of my career. I want to specifically thank Congressman Levin for inviting me here today and for his unrelenting pursuit of solutions to veteran homelessness. The most important point that I can share with you today is that San Diego has been making great strides in reducing veteran homelessness. Despite the challenges of the pandemic, we have seen a 30% decrease in veteran homelessness since 2020, with only 9% of our homeless population identifying as veterans. This tremendous progress has come thanks to a meaningful focus and investment from Congress, our federal partners, strong collaboration at the local level, and a commitment to housing first principles. Importantly, San Diego joined the Built for Zero movement in October 2020, aiming to reach functional zero in veteran homelessness. One of the ways we were able to accomplish this is by having functional by name list, which enables us to know all veterans experiencing homelessness by name in our community and identify appropriate housing interventions for them. PATH is a firm believer in these approaches and is fully committed to these goals. With nearly 40 years of work in this sector, our organization's built upon the Housing First model, ensuring low barriers to entry for those in need. This model is especially vital to our veterans who may have greater substance use and mental health needs due to the inherently difficult and potentially traumatic nature of their experiences. In order to demonstrate the effectiveness of this approach and how these programs are working in real life, I'd like to share a participant's story. I did change the names in the story to protect identities. When we first met Mike, he was having a hard time dealing with addiction, homelessness, and depression. Mike sought help by enrolling into the VA's treatment program, which he completed successfully. He then enrolled into PATH's low-demand GPD program. During his stay in our GPD program, he graduated from Workshops for Warriors, a program that trains veterans for manufacturing careers. Mike was connected to an addiction therapist at the VA and continued to work on his sobriety and mental health challenges. Mike was motivated to find housing and secured a unit with his HUD-VASH voucher. Mike continues to work with his addiction therapist and peer support specialist and can now focus on obtaining employment. Mike's story has a happy ending, but not every participant's story does. We know that additional work is necessary to improve the program serving veterans experiencing homelessness, such as GPD. While GPD started out as largely traditional model with a high barrier to entry, the changes made back in 2014 have spurred the progress we are seeing. Greater adherence to the Housing First model and all GPD programs across the nation can help replicate San Diego's success in reducing veteran homelessness. We were thankful for the new flexibility that came to the GPD program during the pandemic. Congregate sites became suboptimal, especially in the year before vaccines became readily available. So the ability to have participants in a decongregated site, such as hotel rooms, were optimal. Even though the threats of COVID have lessened, we know that many of our participants would be better served by these smaller decongregated sites. Our participants frequently cite packed shelters, bunk beds, and rigid policies and high barrier criteria as obstacles to successfully getting housed. We would encourage you to continue the enhanced rate so that providers can continue to offer greater variety of options to this important population. Additionally, flexibility is also necessary as many providers such as PATH operate their GPD programs at a loss. We must keep the beds available, but we're not paid if the bed is empty, even though we still incur a cost, not to mention the cost of not having the same bed available to others in need. One possible solution to this dilemma would be to offer providers a base rate for instances like this to ensure that the immediate cost of that bed is reimbursed at the minimum, thus reducing the losses for providers. PATH and our fellow providers are a final safety net when all other systems and policies fail. We appreciate the dedication of this committee and this Congress to helping us increase the options available to us to serve our country's veterans with dignity. It was a great honor to be here today to share our experience with the GPD program and some suggestions on how to improve its efficacy moving forward. Achieving functional zero for veterans experiencing homelessness is possible, but we can only do this together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Scrapper. I now recognize Mr. Hodder for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Levin, Ranking Member Moore, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. It is an honor to appear before you today on behalf of the Salvation Army concerning the Veterans Affairs Grant and Per Diem program and its future role in serving veterans who are experiencing homelessness. Ever since General John J. Pershing asked the Salvation Army to send its personnel to the front lines in France during World War I, it has been our privilege to provide support, encouragement, and assistance to those on active service, to those who have served, and to their families. We do so because, as an international movement, the Salvation Army is an evangelical part of the universal Christian church. Our message is based on the Bible, and our ministry is motivated by the love of God. Our mission is to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ and meet human needs in His name without discrimination. To that end, it is estimated that the Salvation Army serves hundreds of thousands of veterans every year through our more than 7,200 locations in virtually every zip code. This includes shelters, drug and alcohol rehabilitation centers, community programs, food pantries, and job training programs. We deem it an honor to walk alongside veterans striving to attain stability, achieve more for themselves and their families, and continue to make our nation stronger. Earlier this year, the annual Homelessness Assessment Report announced an 11% decline in veterans' homelessness at the 2021 point-in-time count. We rejoiced at this good news, as it reflected the result of effective intergovernmental and nonprofit collaboration. To reduce further the number of veterans experiencing homelessness, our GPD program leaders and I are pleased to share information on emerging trends, the impact of federal COVID pandemic response measures, and together we hope to recommend future actions to the VA GPD program. At the present time, the Salvation Army operates across the country over 900 GPD beds and over 60 transition-in-place residences. In August 2022, the Salvation Army received $3.4 million in capital grants. Over the past 3 years, the emerging trends we have observed are as follows. First, increasingly higher rates of clients with mental illness, dual diagnosis, and post-traumatic stress syndrome. Second, much longer stays than expected year over year. Third, a rise in older veterans entering GPD with chronic or terminal health issues that require higher levels of care. And fourth, limited availability of affordable long-term housing for eligible veterans. In response to the COVID pandemic, I must note that increased federal subsidies enabled veterans to safely reside in motels or hotels. Veterans in shared housing were able to obtain single rooms. New program funding made it possible for the Salvation Army to acquire additional PPE, hire temporary cleaning staff, and purchase bus passes to provide individual transportation. Unfortunately, at the same time, veterans' access to rehabilitation services in many locations went down. After a national survey of Salvation Army GPD programs, the most critical and recognizable future needs are as follows. First, expanded mental health services, trauma-informed care, and substance abuse rehabilitation. Second, increased flexibility for veterans to transfer between GPD service models to better meet their needs. Third, additional opportunities for VA caseworkers to meet with veterans outside of normal work hours. Fourth, additional consultation with GPD providers about veterans' health needs, their ability to care for themselves, and more support for aging and disability assessments. And fifth, further grants for transportation, technical training and education, and ongoing mental health resources to further veterans' self-sufficiency. One of the most significant events on the Salvation Army's calendar is a ceremony held each year at the grave of General Pershing at Arlington National Cemetery. Planned with the kind cooperation and support of the Office of the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, that occasion pays tribute to the man who initiated the Salvation Army's relationship with the military, and it always includes the testimony of a veteran who has escaped homelessness and addiction. I look forward to that ceremony every year, because regardless of who has been slated to serve as the guest speaker, it is the veteran's testimony which invariably proves to be the most important, the most powerful, and the most inspirational element of the entire program. Mr. Chairman, we want more such testimonies. So the Salvation Army is committed to doing everything it can to help veterans, and we look forward to working together with Congress to improve their opportunities and their outcomes. This concludes my testimony, Mr. Chairman, and I welcome any questions that you or the distinguished members of the subcommittee may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hodder. With that, I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes to begin the question portion of the hearing. Ms. Scrapper, I want to thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for the great work that Pat is doing all throughout our San Diego region to care for San Diego's veterans. It was astounding to hear that PATH serves over 16% of California's homeless population using housing first principles. And I so appreciate you sharing the story of a veteran who may not have had a good outcome had it not been for the housing first approach. We know that operating low and no barrier service models can at times be challenging for providers, but it's critical for those veterans who may have acute medical, mental health, or substance use disorder needs. PATH is proving that even in communities with high population of homeless individuals, housing first works, and reductions in homelessness can be directly attributed to use of those principles. Could you discuss how the barriers to entry to homeless services negatively affect vulnerable veterans seeking shelter and care? And before that, are you getting that feedback?
I am. I'm trying to figure out what it's.
Mr. Chairman, I'm the chairman. Not yet, not yet. Soon enough, Barry. Are all of your mics off? Because we're getting a lot of feedback. All right, well, it seems to be better now. Okay, perfect. Perfect, all right, so I'll ask that question again. Ms. Scrapper, could you discuss how barriers to entry to homeless services negatively affect vulnerable veterans seeking shelter and care?
Yes. So when we imagine how we get ready to go to work or how we get our basic needs met, and when we have veterans on the street who are medically compromised, need that level of care, we want to be able to get them into beds immediately. And using a housing first model really allows us to get folks, regardless of how they show up, to be able to take them in so that they have a safe place to sleep, get their 3 meals a day. And some of the entry issues that we're seeing is operations of GPD hours. We're not able to take intakes 24 hours a day upon discharge from the VA hospital. So some of those things would be more of having staff readily available to take veterans in when they need those services, and also using a housing first model without putting any preconditions for veterans to access a GPD bed.
And could you just take a step back and just describe the housing first best practices that PATH employs?
Absolutely. The housing first principles we use is really using a harm reduction model, utilizing a person-centered approach, and not just trying to get program outcomes, but how are we able to meet that veteran's need and providing that wraparound service regardless of where the mental health needs are or if they have chemical dependency issues, really working with them with no judgment so that we can really work towards a permanent housing option. And even when we have veterans who come into our site under the influence, we create a safe space for them using a safe room where we're really checking on their well-being and making sure they're safe to themselves and others while they still have a safe place to sleep and get those needs met and be able to really work on their addiction needs day by day. And oftentimes when people are in permanent housing, able to meet their basic needs, they're more receptive to addressing their chemical dependency needs or mental health needs and being able to really move towards being thriving members of society.
Do you have any suggestions how housing first principles could be incorporated more widely into the GPD program?
Yes. One of the ways we could do is really reviewing and adhering to, are we all using housing first model, providing a common framework for those trainings. And the SSVF program has done a really great job of creating an SSVF university where you're able to go and get like a series of trainings on how to operate a housing first model. So we should really be moving in that direction and working in our GPD programs as well. And really this is ongoing training that needs to happen with staff in the GPD programs so that we are using harm reduction and person-centered approach.
And I appreciated the suggestion in your testimony that GPD offer a base per diem rate for the situation that many providers find themselves in, that the GPD program requires them to keep a certain number of beds available, but only reimburses the provider when those beds are in use by veterans. Could you discuss how the base rate would allow providers to improve care and service delivery to veterans? And also, do you have any other suggestions related to the GPD per diem rate in general?
Yes. So the population we're seeing, the veterans we're serving in the GPD program are very similar to the same veterans who are being served in HUD-VASH, which is permanent supportive housing on tenant-based vouchers. So these are veterans we've identified to say are considered to be vulnerable, high acuity. Therefore, it's the same population we're seeing in the GPD programs. So the higher base rate allows for having multidisciplinary teams to meet the needs of veterans, having clinicians, peer support specialists, addiction therapists who are really able to meet the various needs veterans have coming in, and that will allow them to actually work towards moving into permanent housing quickly. And in terms of the GPD rate, one of the things would also help us with is nutritional meals. We provide 3 meals a day, and we want to make sure it's well balanced and it's really meeting their health needs as well. And so by having this base rate or an added, the current base rate we have, it would really help us be able to provide the level of service that we need to. So maintaining the COVID rate ongoing would be amazing.
Well, I thank you again and commend you for all the work that you're doing in our region, and I certainly share your objective to end veteran homelessness in our community. And I've really been honored these last 4 years with this subcommittee to do all we can to eliminate veteran homelessness, and I know that work will continue in the next Congress. Regardless of who has the gavels, I think we all share that objective. I know we do. And with that, I'll turn it over to my good friend, the ranking member, for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Hodder, thank you for being here today. Could you for me, just the difficulties that the Salvation Army has with the GPD program, the bridge program in Birmingham, could you explain to me kind of the difficulties you faced during COVID-19?
Thank you for your question, Congressman. The Salvation Army faces difficulties with the GPD program with respect to the reimbursement rate. Pre-pandemic rate was, as acknowledged by a number of the other witnesses here today, not sufficient for the Salvation Army to maintain those beds as dedicated veterans beds. One of the difficulties that we're having, again, would be with the nature of the veterans who are coming with us. They're coming with longer-term needs, with more severe needs. They're coming with mental health needs, trauma-associated needs, and they're coming with greater needs with respect to job training. So the Salvation Army has had to ramp up its programs considerably. We know that, that this is an important work, but it's one that we face increasingly great challenges with.
The trauma needs, do you think that's a result of the shutdown, the lockdowns from COVID, or is it something with their service maybe?
Forgive me, sir, I do not know the answer to that question. I believe there would be a mix of
Combination
responses.
of the two?
Yes.
Okay, I got you. How can Congress help? What can we do to help better facilitate the program?
In my testimony, sir, I believe I indicated there are 5 things that we would recommend that Congress consider. Certainly, we believe that the maintenance of the current pandemic rate of reimbursement would be very, very helpful. We'd like to suggest greater flexibility for VA caseworkers to meet with veterans outside of normal work hours. We'd like to work more closely with the VA administration with respect to aging, those who are suffering from aging and disability issues. We'd like to expand the opportunities for transportation. This is particularly useful in connection with veterans who are living in rural environments. We believe that housing is going to be an issue for rural veterans. Technical training and education and ongoing mental health resources could all help.
With the Salvation Army and working together with VA on homelessness, are there any recommendations that you would make to streamline communications between the provider and the VA?
The Salvation Army works closely with all of the local regional directors. We would like to urge further consultations, more regular consultations with the VA on these issues.
And on transportation, we talked about it a good bit, I think. I guess we're doing some ride services now, it sounds like. Is Salvation Army engaged in that as well?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay, very good. Well, that, Mr. Chairman, I know we've got votes called, but that ends my questions. Thank you.
We do. I just have a few more questions, and then we can conclude. Ms. Monet, I wanted to discuss the needs of a particularly vulnerable population, elderly veterans experiencing homelessness and those with significant health care needs. What do your member GPD facilities do when a veteran with dementia or Alzheimer's presents for care at their door? And do you have any suggestions for how the GPD program could be improved to ensure providers have the resources they need to care for veterans with acute medical needs?
So what we hear from our members is really a mix of reactions. Some of our members have been able to get local or state funding to close the gaps, but in many instances, if you have a veteran with dementia or memory care issues, oftentimes they're not able to serve them within the GPD. And some of that is really tied to the inability to have that higher level staff support that they need to take care of the veteran and to really help them to thrive in the community. I think we are seeing a growing number of aging veterans, and I do think that there are concerns around how we continue to care for them within the system that we've got and what we can do to close those gaps.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Berg, I'll turn to you, and thank you for your testimony. I wanted to turn to the topic of permanent housing and how we can ensure that GPD is designed to move veterans as quickly as is clinically appropriate into a home of their own. Do you think that the current design of GPD supports transitional housing as a temporary interim bridge to permanent housing? And how can we use the census and the average length of stay data to illustrate that some facilities may not be moving veterans into permanent housing as quickly as is clinically appropriate? And then finally, I apologize for the compound question, but perhaps most importantly, how is the practice of keeping veterans enrolled in GPD longer than is necessary at odds with Housing First principles, and how can we reform GPD to be a program that prioritizes above all else placement in stable permanent housing?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the answer to both of those questions is pretty similar. It's about having systemic level performance data that everyone shares and understands and is accountable for. I think the length of stay is a key issue. Different people will need different lengths of stays, and that's to be understood depending on the circumstances of the veteran. But overall, we need length of stays to at least be stable. And I think there needs to be a lot of conversation with in each community about what is the availability of permanent housing and what is the availability of medical care for people who are in permanent housing, and really talk about, what is an appropriate length of stay? Do we need people to stay in these programs for as long as they're staying? Maybe if a program is serving particularly hard to serve people, and if the housing market is really difficult, then maybe the answer to that's going to be yes, but I think it needs to be hammered out locality by locality.
Gotcha. Ms. Yancey, I'll turn to you. I want to touch on the issue that GPD providers face when their censuses are down or when they have a reduction in beds. My understanding is that providers are only reimbursed for beds that are filled, and grantees must fill in the budget shortfalls in those instances with other funding sources. And it seems counterintuitive to require the provider to cover the cost to keep beds available, even though they're not reimbursed for that empty bed. Do you have any thoughts on program improvements that could be made if providers didn't have to arbitrarily return GPD funds to VA? And how could this affect the services that grantees can provide and the veteran outcomes from receiving those services?
Thank you so much for the question. I think that ensuring that, we're talking about this in a congressional hearing, so ensuring that we have legislation that provides enough funding so that those participating in the GPD program can keep those beds available for veterans is extremely important. If they have to fill them because they don't have funding from other sources, or they're having to use other funding sources, then that's a bed that might not go to a veteran. And so I think ensuring that we have those that are participating in the program are able to utilize the funds to keep that bed open is just so important. And additionally, looking at the fact that sorry, I lost my train of thought really fast. Looking at the fact that, we've heard from so many other great organizations here talking specifically about this issue of Salvation Army, talking about how we need to keep the rate the same, and so that veterans have that bed available. I think that they've given some great recommendations on how we can go about doing that.
Terrific. Well, I want to just thank you all again for all the work that you're doing to serve our veterans. It is incredibly meaningful work and not always easy, but we're very, very grateful. And any further questions?
Just one.
One. The ranking member.
And I appreciate y'all participating, but the one question about inflation, have any of you guys, how are y'all countering inflation? It might be something that's good for the group to know, ways we can counter inflation. We understand that the the job market. Mr. Hodder, you mentioned training and job training. I think there's no better government program than a job. And we're always looking to hire veterans, but how are y'all tackling inflation right now and going through the process? And so if y'all got some hints to help us to pass along to other groups, that'd be pretty beneficial, I would think. Mr. Hodder, you want to try that? I see you reaching for the button.
Congressman, that is an outstanding question. The Salvation Army is committed to serving the homeless. And we are in the midst of this inflation simply doing what we can to make the public aware of the need that the Salvation Army is meeting. It is the centerpiece of our appeal this year at Christmas, and it will continue to be in 2023. Costs for us have gone up. The American public has always responded well, and we believe that they will on this occasion. And we believe that their representatives in Congress will do the same.
No pressure, Mr. Levin. I'll yield back. Thank you.
Oh, I just wanted to add really quickly, one of the things we're doing is we are conducting an organizational-wide compensation analysis study, so we can really look at what we're paying our staff and how can we benchmark them so that they are able to also afford living and living comfortably and not be at the cusp of homelessness. So that's something we're doing, looking at what we're paying our staff.
Thank you, Ms. Scrapper.
If I could just second that,
Sure.
I would say right now the entire workforce in the homeless services community for veterans and for the general population is hurting very badly because of everything people went through to keep people safe during COVID, and now the difficulty for them affording housing. So I think it's important that the federal programs that are providing funding to these organizations keep up with the actual cost of living for those dedicated workers.
Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
All right, I thank the ranking member. If there are no further questions, we can bring this hearing to a close. I thank our witnesses who have joined us today. I thank my colleagues, thank our great staff as well. All members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include additional materials. Without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.